All right. About done for the day. My bandits know what we just got. Got new fish. My bandits, rugged soldiers, hustlers, and pimps, and chiefs saw it. The rugged soldiers, the hustlers, and the pimps, and the chiefs saw the update. Saw me light this up too. So I'm going live and finish it. But they get some more of the raw content. They get some more of the raw content. Got to. Oh, now I forgot. Damn, I forgot to tell them what else I got. Let's see. I got some white cheddar popcorn. I needed something to drink. I was like, even if I don't do an energy drink, I needed just something cold. I needed something cold to drink. You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice. Yeah, the way it's looking, the mix was a private playlist, but now it's public. But in order to see the videos, you gotta join the channel. You gotta be at least a bandit. And that don't even give you access to all the videos. Yeah, it's shit like that. Now, hopefully, there's a, like the hot Cheetos? Brim's has a version of hot Cheetos. They're really good. And at the Dollar Tree, you got a lot of them. And at the Dollar Tree, you got a lot of it. I forgot to show my bandits this first. I showed them who else would be eating. But what up? What up? What up? What up? I showed the bandits first. This ain't got enough cheddar on it. This ain't got enough cheddar on it. The hot Cheeto version better. That one's full of flavor. With a soda on the side. Bailey over there drooling. Who says stuff like that? Who uses the actual word sibling? It's so proper. content's not for kids. Like, who actually says, these are my siblings? No, they say, this is my brother and my sister. If you're talking to somebody that you don't know, and you're trying to get to know them, you might say, do you have any siblings? Like, you got any brothers and sisters? Trying to be so proper. I want y'all to see my fish. I want y'all to see my fish, bro. But I ain't gonna really show him. I'm gonna just show him a little bit. Let me see. This nigga be moving, bro. Be moving. You see him? You see him? There you go. You see him? But if you actually want to see my fish, I'm saving my fish for my bandits. The members of the channel get to see my fish. For as long as he lives. For as long as he lives. So, yeah, crazy thing was, I was like, yo, let me check this schedule. Let me see what's going on. I have Sunday free, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I have a lot of time. I have a ton of free time. So, I think I might dedicate this next week to members only content. If you don't see no videos, videos are being posted. I posted a couple of videos today. Like the ones from the morning, I switched those to members only. And then for the fish, I switched that to members. Well, that was the first members only video. And then I just posted another one. So my focus is on members only content. So if you're not seeing any like new videos and whatnot, I'm gonna keep the live streams going until I start live streaming from a computer. Then I can have members only chats. So that way random people just can't be talking to me. That's one way now. Why not what? I think it would be cool. It should be cool. Like, that's how you vanish. That's how you vanish. And I'm like, yo, he stopped posting. No. No, I didn't. All right. Now this shit epic. Like, in the sense that, let's say I get a Lamborghini. I ain't showing y'all. I'm showing the members only. So now, anything that I just like, whatchamacallit, I'm like, nope, this is members only content. I'm gonna completely flip it. might just show the public one video a month, and the rest of it just members only. Like I might go through I might make all my videos members only. Like, you want to get to know me? You want to see the old stuff? Members only. So I'm definitely, I want to make sure that the members get, you know, their worth. I want to make sure that they get their worth. Because it's binge-worthy content. It's binge-worthy content. And what else? It really just gives you like security almost. You feel like it. Because now it's going to be the people who really want to see the new content. Like I might have to actually get a computer by the time I do that 100 crop top fashion show. That should be for my members. 100 crop top fashion show for my members. So, the last fashion show that y'all saw, that might be the last one that y'all saw. Maybe. I went through my other playlist and made it all members only. So I might just start going through each of the playlists. Anything that got a lot of views, members only. Well, I just gotta figure out. We get through tomorrow. Man, we just gotta get to another Wednesday. Another Thursday. I get to Friday the next week. I'm good, bro. I get to Friday next week. I'm good. Matter of fact, for my members only, I think I might just go ahead and for my members only. Like when I just had the whole thing for the week, I might as well do my days of the week for them. Like the My Father Cigar Monday, the tacos, tequila, and whatever, the whole week. So tomorrow's Sunday. I might get a bottle of scotch. And it's gonna be cigars and scotch with my bandits. Members only. And I'll just pick days out the week. I'm thinking about tomorrow. What? Oh! No, hold on. Tomorrow's Saturday. It's still supposed to be scotch. Saturday. I'm about to say Super Bowl. I don't know where. I don't know where I'm going to be at for the Super Bowl. And it's like, if you're going to go to a bar, the bar is going to charge you a cover charge and all this just to be in there. You got to get there early. Way before the Super Bowl. Way before the Super Bowl. So I'm gonna just be puffing. By the time Super Bowl start, before it get too packed, I already have my seat. I figure that out. I need my white cheddar to be cheddary, bruh. This cheddar ain't got enough cheddar on it. So, the Burrow Marksy. No, not the Burrow Marksy. I'm okay with the Burrow Marksy right now. Everybody's doing good. The cactuses, everybody doing good, except for the bush on fire. That thing drooping. That thing drooping. So we'll see what happens with that. Cause I high key, low key feel like I might have to repot the cacti because the bowl that they're in is too light and it's flimsy and they don't never stand up. So I might repot the cacti. I didn't really want to. I needed something with a little weight to it. I needed something with a little weight to it. And again, I'm gonna show my bandits. I like that just cause it's like, that shit exclusive. That shit exclusive, bro. And I don't have to worry about, like, this can really just be, I can talk about whatever, but I ain't gotta try so hard to show it. I ain't gotta try so hard to show it. I just need another cigar. Cause I have a whole butane lighter, bruh. And now cigar's the only thing I can use it for. Cigar's the only thing I can use it for. Like usually, you can use it just to keep your joint lit. This joint is still lit. But I might set it down just to relight it. I'm gonna set that down just to relight it. That's some more peach cobbler. I mean, fucking with this popcorn. So, that's potentially one thing to do. I'm gonna repot the cacti. When it happens, I'll let you know. My members get to see it happen. They just need some little bowls, like little cups, just something with some weight to it. Cause I'm tired. That ain't losing dirt, bro. That ain't losing dirt. I also need to see what I need to do. As long as the 7 plants are still alive, and this beta fish is still alive, I need to figure out like what type of visuals I need to do with that. The beta fish. Might have to get a crop top. Might have to get a new crop top with a fish on it. It's raining popcorn. So I gotta see. Y'all want raw content or edited content? A little bit of both. Yeah, this will probably last through the weekend. It'll probably last through the weekend. Who y'all got your money on for the Super Bowl? I've been hearing both. I've been hearing Eagles. I've been hearing Chiefs. And people don't care and go either way. But Eagles been to the Super Bowl a couple times. Chiefs been to the Super Bowl 3 times straight. I don't know, man. Man, you know how like in your heart you like, yo, I really want this to happen, bro. I want the Chiefs to win. I ain't gonna hold you. I said it. I want the Chiefs to win, bro. I want the Chiefs to win. Like I'll even download them betting apps. DraftKings. What's a good betting app? What's a good betting app? Because at one point you couldn't bet in certain states, but I think you can. It's all over now. I'm about to. It's DraftKings, Prize Picks, or is it Prize Picks? It's Prize Picks, DraftKings. They be supporting, not support. What the fuck is that? Sponsoring podcasts. And it'd be weird watching the video and then they just break to it and say, "Hey, this podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks," and they always got this script. I'm gonna look at them and say, "I'm not following this goddamn script. I'm gonna say what I want to say." All I'm gonna say is, "Thanks for sponsoring Cigar Talk Podcast," and that's it. Shit can be epic. That's my pitch to them. It's a one-line commercial saying that people are going to appreciate it because it's not this long, drawn-out script. Yeah, it's a different motivation. Different motivation. Either it's like, do I get a fish shirt? I could go to storage and get my fishing rod. That's doing a lot. But nah, that's tomorrow though. Sunday maybe. Sunday maybe. Only the members will see. It's only members only. I do it for them. I might get one of those mini fishing rods though. They have a mini fishing rod. I think. Well, it's not. I don't even know sure if it's mini. It might fold though. That'll be dope. I'm gonna say mini fishing rod. I need to see what it looks like too, so I can be like to see if y'all can see it. Which I know y'all won't be able to watch it. Two different things. I'm like, oh shit, it's a new video. So then the thumbnail has to be a little bit obscure. You know how them pictures are like blurry because it's moving fast? Me and Bae went for a walk today around the lake. She had her harness on. Then we switch harnesses. We switched harnesses when she got her new ball. She tore that ball up, bro. That ball is done. She might get a jean jacket later. We'll see. I'm gonna tomorrow morning. I actually have to get up in the morning. I actually have to get up in the morning. So won't be able to just snooze. Snooze, you lose. But when I get off, I'm gonna fuck the day up. As soon as I get off. Got a mini fishing rod. Hopefully the betta fish is still alive. Pretty sure he's gonna need a filter and stuff. I don't got time. We'll see. If he dies, he dies. But I'll give him some food. Okay, that might be one thing too. Instead of a fishing rod, I might just give him some food and feed him. I think they eat bloodfish or something like that. The word blood is in it. Whatever they eat, the word blood is in it. Bro, smoke still come out the car. That can't be, bro. But that just can't be because of me, bro. Oh, I'm tripping. All right, phone on 11%. It's on 11%. Yeah. Season 18. Only members only. Only members only. There's gonna be new videos all week. might even say strictly. Some people just like to watch shorts. Some people like to watch long streams. I mean long form. And then some people like to watch streams. Howdy doody. Damn it. Okay, so she doesn't catch popcorn. She catches fries and big chips. She don't catch popcorn. Oh, she tried that time. Maybe she wasn't ready. She wasn't prepared. Oh, Betty, she's struggling catching the popcorn. She catch fries and chips. Oh, she caught that one, I think. One more. I can try to spit that up. Feeding the betta fish. One video. I don't even know why I want. It's not like I'm going to go fishing. I could go fishing. It'll be crazy. Taking my own fish and using my own fish as bait. Nah, I wouldn't do that though. That'd be crazy. I need worms. Get some live worms. Go fishing. We might go fishing this week. If I catch something, I'll let you know. But you already know who's going to see it. The members only. If I catch a fish, my members only will see it. I'll get on live and be happy as hell. I use worms. Marshmallow minis? Is that a trick of the trade? I've never heard. White cheddar might be your favorite, but not this brand. It ain't enough flavor. It needs that other. Also, why are they always in blue bags? That other blue bag. That other blue bag. That other blue bag. Hers, right? No lie. I caught some of the largest tripe. Marshmallows, bro? Like actual marshmallows? Like the food marshmallows that you can eat. Nobody has ever said this to me. They showed me the worms can be live or dead, or the what's the other junk? The little flashers, those like they're not toys, but they like those little shiny things that catch the fish attention. You just get the minis, rip in half, use on half on the hook. I cannot believe this. It begs the question. How did you find this out? That it works? How did you find out that this works? Sweet corn. These are some crazy alternatives. The marshmallows got me though. If I go out there fishing, put a motherfucking marshmallow on the I'm like, yeah. You call her Stephanie? Stephanie told me. You grew up watching my dad use them. They love sweet and sugary. I believe that, don't we all? Sweet corn and motherfucking marshmallows. God damn. God damn. Ain't this about a bit? Ain't this about a blip? Even the fishermen don't even say this. You know, like they can serve old wives' tales, and the fishermen tales don't even say this. Look, I catch something. I'm gonna put it on the members only, but I'm gonna talk about it. Oh, we gonna talk about it. I'm like, this month, but I realized that ass might hang that fish right here. That shit gonna still be flopping, still gonna be alive. I'm like, oh, this shit's still alive. And it will be, I've only caught 2 fish in my life. I'm proud of that shit though. I'm proud of that shit. My first fish, I didn't catch. Oh, I was live streaming. I was live streaming for like an hour. Well, I was actually recording for an hour. Phone dies. What happens? I catch a fish. I turned around, phone died. I said, oh. Then, the second time I caught a fish, somebody was with me, and then I was like, all right, bet. At least, catching the fish wasn't recorded, but I have it walking back like, hey, I caught a fish. Kind of Pierre, you'll catch bluegill left and right. Oh, shit. I need to know where they at. No worries. I'm about this close. On my road trip. Take that road trip, go fishing. We're just gonna stop right here. We're gonna go fishing. Stop at cigar shops along the way. Canoe Creek in Hollidaysburg, PA. Thank you for telling me your favorite spot. You know, some people hold on to that. They're like, you can go over here, but I ain't gonna tell you my spot though. That's mad dope. If I have a daughter one day, I hope that she continues to fish after I live. You know how like the millennials, not the millennials, because I'm a millennial, but this new generation has new slang. And you know, if you grow up in certain neighborhoods, you understand like when some people say certain things, you just kind of understand it. But then sometimes like, what does this mean? Why would you say such a thing? A good catch and a peace of mind. You can't put a price on a peace of mind. Oh, he has to. I mean, there's certain type of men, then there's other type of men. I just feel like any man would enjoy fishing. Have you taken fishing before? Like, I remember seeing these little kids out there, and they was already throwing their rods, and they wasn't even 10 years old yet. They was just throwing their rods out there. Their dad had got them like some little mini fishing poles. They were just throwing them things out there. Yeah, take them fishing young. Take them fishing young. And then get that experience. What would be a good age? If you have not taken your son fishing yet, because you know, once there's part of the experience like doing it when you're young, and that just exposes you to it. But there's a part of it doing that at a certain age, and you're like, I remember going fishing. Like, yeah, so like 10, between 10 and 15, they're gonna remember going fishing. Yeah, I think it's awesome when I see littles out fishing. The little people. The little people. The tiny humans. The tiny humans. Yeah, that's I'm not sure. But it's definitely like something to take them out on the water. You know what I'm saying? And even if they're not fishing, but just have them out there on a boat. I think as when they're too young, that's one thing. And then growing up yeah, about 10 is like it's about time for you to get your own ride. Happy Friday. I took him this past summer. He was 4. Damn, that's hype. That's hype. That's hype. 4 years old. Gotta take him again. I'm planning to take him each season. He gonna fucking love you for that. And you join the group chat, please. Hey, he gonna fucking love you for taking him fishing. I mean, like, if you leave a legacy, if you leave a legacy, then that's one thing. Like, my mom always took me fishing. Bro. That's crazy. No, it's like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. Like, I'm not needed, bro. I'm not needed around. You know what I'm saying? And I think I've always told you. And if I haven't always told you, I've at least told you at least once. You're the glue. You're the glue, bro. You're the glue. You're the fucking glue, bro. Ace set the pace. Best friend, my little right-hand man. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. It's a difference, bro. It's a difference. Like, you know what, John? You know something that you would say to a shorty? You be like, you shouldn't put yourself in a place to miss me. You know what I'm saying? And I think you of all people can at least understand. You know what I'm saying? When we switch, I was there, then you were there, and I think you understood like how much I was doing. Bro, you can only be unappreciated but for so long. And once somebody shows you that they unappreciate you and they take you for granted, it's up to you to depend on how long you stay there. And then outside of being unappreciated for people to talk about you in a certain way, disrespect you, and mistreat you, that's something to say. When people talk about you behind your back, mistreat you, disrespect you, you don't, there's no more that you have to, you know what I'm saying, expose yourself to. You don't have to expose yourself to that no more. Like, at all. Because if somebody realizes that they can treat you a certain type of way, that's what they'll do. That's how they're going to treat you. They've learned to treat you. The thing about putting everybody else first is that they learn to put you last. And so when you start to say, you know what, this treatment isn't fair, I don't like how this is going on, you start to speak up for yourself, and the third, don't nobody care. They don't nobody care. And so you got to sit there and think, if you were me, would you put yourself back around? It doesn't matter. Anyone who has shown you what they truly think and feel about you. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. Because the only thing they can do now is, the limit is set here. The bar is set here. The only thing they can do is go beyond it. The only thing they can do is, if they've already reached this level of disrespect, they have to do something even more. They have to do something even more. And there's no reason to sit there and just be like, you know what? I'm going to expose myself to that. I'm going to let that happen. Happy to hear a man say this, because a lot of women treat men poorly, and they hit a spot in life where they just tolerate it. And so that's one thing I say to anybody, like, if you knew, I'll say this, changing and growing and try to relearn. Okay. I'll say this. If you were me, knowing the things that have been said, knowing the things that have been done, because you have information that I don't have. You've been a part of conversations I haven't been a part of. Would you sit there and honestly say, knowing what you know, would you like, yeah? You wouldn't. Because you've heard things I haven't heard, you've seen things I haven't seen. You would not honestly look at me and say, yeah. That's not the honest to goodness truth advice that you would give to a person like me. Knowing how certain people may think and feel about me. What they said and done, laughed, joked, whether it was harsh, mean, whatever it was. Objective. It doesn't matter. You would have told me, if it wasn't for a certain association, you probably would have told me, yeah, you might want to stay away from, or you might want to watch your back around it. That's what you probably would tell me. Because that's what happened when I'm at work. I got to write a poem for you. Thank you so much for the 5. You know what she told me? She said, this person is not getting a position because they talk too much to you. She said, this person is not getting a higher position because they talk too much to you. I said, I'm sitting here thinking, how did my name get involved in this? And that's messed up if another person, because they talk too much. And my response was, if I have a student who does A work, they deserve an A. It doesn't matter how much they talk and play, it doesn't matter if I don't like their personality, their character. If they produce A work, they deserve an A. There's nothing I can do I can't take away what they've done. So that was fucked up what happened at work. That was fucked up. They said that this other person can't get a higher position because they talk too much. That had nothing to do with the work. Because it's like anything that they say, I'm like, yo, you be on your phone. You talk a lot. But it's not okay for other people to do what you do. Make it make sense. But I say that to say, because she told me. She told me what was said. And that's why I appreciate it. And she was like, and then so she saw how I was moving around people. I was like, you know what? I ain't gonna talk to this person for real. I ain't gonna talk to this person. I ain't gonna talk to this person. I'm gonna move differently. She seen how I was moving, how I was acting, and she was like, you know what? Why you moving like that? Why you acting like that? I said, I'm gonna try to be a little bit more productive at work. I don't want that to be the same excuse that they tell me or tell anybody else for why they can't progress and move. She was like, you know what I'm saying? But the person I was stiff arming, you know what I'm saying? The person I had gave a cold shoulder to, she was like, this person wasn't even there. You don't gotta act like that towards this person. This had nothing to do with that. She said, but you just make sure you're not on your phone when this person's around. She told me what was going on. And the other part is like people will sit here and try to tell me about, and that's the thing about agreeing or disagreeing with how I'm living my life. I said if I was to die at the age of 30, they'd be like, oh, he was a great teacher. But if I died at the age of 32, he had 8 books published. He had 6,000 YouTube videos. He became an artist. Because I am an artist. We had a conversation. Anybody should have a conversation, but they say they care about me, this and that third, but up until a certain point. Up until a certain point, I should still be a teacher. I should still, bro, why don't you just stay teaching? Why you ain't just stay teaching? I had a conversation, and you know what I'm saying? I had a conversation with a bro, and FaceTime, I'm like, yeah, this ain't third. He said, you could have taught and still did that. I said, you know, I got to wake up at this time to be a teacher. And I got to commit all my day to that. I got to commit at least 10 hours a day, come back home, I'm tired. I've been dealing with people, mentalities, behaviors all day. Got to come back, still got my dog. What I'm going to do after that? I'm going to take a nap. When I wake back up, I got to prepare for the next day. And this is me trying to be great. Teaching was taking too much of my time. And then when I was like, you know, I'm quitting teaching. Every time somebody called me, what are you doing? I'm creating. Every time somebody called me, I'm creating. I was recording. You called me in the middle of me making a video. You called me as I was doing this. Every time you called me, you saw me being creative. And it's all good and cool until, oh, you puffing cigars. Everybody want to get some good advice. I'm like, well, I don't know, but I don't know about the cigars, and I don't know about this, but were you paying attention to the art? Did you see what I created? Did you see what I painted? Did you see what you know what I'm saying? It's completely disregarding the art. What's the last dream I had? The last dream I had fucked me up. I had a dream yesterday. And the back end of the dream, well, this is what got me. It was like a big rotisserie chicken. But I bit into it and it was a shoe. I be on my fashion shit. And so it really wasn't chicken. Then the dream jumped. The next part of the dream, I'm walking under an underpath and I see a whole bunch of plants. You know what I'm saying? If I can show you some of the plants. I have 7 plants now. There's certain things I just not would have done if I was still teaching. My Gihareh is doing pretty good. There was a whole bunch of plants and like glasses. But inside one of the glasses, it wasn't a plant. It was an animal. It was a thing. And so the two guys walked up to it. Having a conversation. They're really proud. One guy was like training it or whatever. He had been training it. It was a monkey. It was a monkey inside the glass. And when the two guys walked up to the monkey said a word. The monkey talked. And so they was hype about it. And he was like, yo, you gotta tell people about how you got your monkey to talk. I think you remember you sent me that video about the monkey, like the people trying to set up the stands and the placements for the monkey to do a certain trick. But it was like the setting up the stands and stuff is the easy part. But there's no point in setting up all the stands and then the monkey doesn't know how to do the trick. Do the hard part first. So when the guy gets up to the monkey, and he's like trying to shake the monkey's hand and congratulate it, the monkey turns into a person. And the monkey says, Dad. The monkey's inside of a glass. It's a little mini monkey. The monkey says, Dad. The monkey turns into a white man and says, Dad. Now, when I get up to the fucking shit, this is racist, but I'm just saying it was a dream. I get up to the glass to look at the monkey. The monkey, well, it's no longer a monkey, it's a white man. The white man says, it's a little white man in the glass now. The little white man says, thank you for bringing me a black man. As if I was the pet's pet. I woke up and got some chicken. Fucked my whole life up. My fucking car note was due. I had the exact amount of money, but because my dumb ass bought some chicken, it said payment failed. I said, oh shit. I woke up today, said, damn, done fucked my whole life up for some chicken. I'm not talking about 2 breasts and thighs when I said I need to see some chicken. I do see your point of view. I can't say that you are wrong, but all I'm saying is give us a chance to show that we are sorry and still here for you. What do you want your legacy to be? Great question. Legacy. Because what used to frustrate me was, what type of, I'm an artist, but what type of art do you do? I started crying one day. I started crying. Because people kept asking what type of art do I do? Now, one of my greatest inspirations is Lil Wayne. And imagine trying to be a rapper and then the greatest rapper is alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to compete against this. Imagine being an artist and you want to be the greatest. I have 2 poems to write. Thank you so much. I have 2 poems to write. I I plan to be the greatest artist that has ever lived, will ever live. I plan to be the greatest artist ever. And if I plan to be the greatest, I have to touch every single medium. And that's why I committed they say it takes 1 year of discipline. And that's all that I did. Because if they want to talk about any type of, if it's spiritual, if it's faith, if it's religious, but I don't really like the religion because that means that's not having an abundant mindset. That means that puts that puts limitations on your mindset. Napoleon said, if you want to learn how to control the people, you use religion. How do you not? You've never met Jesus, you've never met Buddha, and you've never met Yahweh, you never met Moses or Muhammad, but you believe in one but not the other. It doesn't make sense. So I committed an entire life to doing what? I went from being an artist, and then my third book says art versus artist, and it barely has any art. It's my poetry. I got so good at painting and drawing, I said I have to find another way that to show my creativity, the thoughts and ideas that I have here, how I can just play with the words, play with the sounds, and get people to think and elicit a whole nother vision. So I did the art, I did the poetry, the photography. I have so many. I have an iPod, I have my iPad, I got 2 different Polaroids, I got a little DVR camera. I started playing with all the visuals so that I could be a videographer, a photographer, a movie director, an actor. I always tell the truth, even when I lie. And that's why certain things I'll sit there and watch, because before the whole thing started, I was watching all the classic movies. I was like, well, why is this a classic? What made it a classic? Buonasera, buonasera. And you know what Scarface said? You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You want to know why? Because you don't have the guts to be who you want to be. So what do? You point your fingers and say, that's the bad guy. So what that make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide, how to lie. Me, I don't have that problem. Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So say goodnight to the bad guy. That shit stuck with me. Because that shit is true. That shit is truer than true. Everybody will, you can say, I have a conversation with anybody and say, well, what would you do if it wasn't for money, if it wasn't for bills, if it wasn't for this? If there's no excuse, everybody has an excuse. But every time I say, like, you could just do this. And just the smallest fucking thing. And that's all you ever see me doing. I have 7 plants, and I have no way to really take care of them. But I was like, I would have a garden. I have a tarantula and a fish and a dog. Just the smallest things of, like, you know, in a perfect world, in a dream life, I would have this, and this is what I would do. And I could do this all day. Now, the thing about forgiveness, learn to forgive. The thing about forgiveness, because you know, they wanted me to read that good book. He says you can walk into the person's house, and if they don't accept you, dust your feet off and say, peace be with you, and leave. Turn the other cheek. You only got 2 cheeks, so how many cheeks you gonna turn? I don't know if that might go some type of way, but don't let it go over your head. There's a message in the mess. There's a message in the mess. And you don't want to be trapped in a box. But that's what people try to do, put you in a box. Their own perception of you will put you in a box. And when you try to do anything else outside of their perception of you, they have a problem with you. when the problem is within. Because what Terrence Howard said was maybe it's about taking that little piece of God in you and you being the Messiah for the day. You being the Messiah today. Some people need to see that you stick up and it's like, you know what? That person's right. Let me go do, you know what I'm saying? There's plenty of people that get inspired to say, you know what? I see this person living their life and they're happy. Just doing this, just doing that. Let me go do something similar. You are right. Most people don't openly speak. Speaks truth. What up, what up, what up? Where Bailey? Bay right here. And that's another thing. Like just being so part of, you know what I'm saying? My life had to go in such a way, it's like I didn't like spending time away from my dog. And now, after they came through and they took my dog away from me, they can't, then now what? Now it's like I spend my days with my dog. I spend my days with my plants. My dog is getting closer and closer to me. I spend more of my time with my dog, my fish, my plants, my motivation. Some boondog shit. That chicken sure was good. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Appreciate you, I appreciate it. First super on the live stream. The whoa. The relapse. Still read your book. I'm not even sure if I got to sign it for you. It's in the, I can have a children's book posted today. I appreciate y'all. Kaden almost reading. I'd love to see that shit in person. So everybody showing you love, the tarantula fire. Damn. Cantrell in this bitch. Bam for bam. Y'all funny as hell. Niece. Remember the J? Yeah, facts. You slept on my fucking couch. I drove fucking 4 hours there and 4 hours back. Four hours there and 4 hours back. Was it that day you proposed? All right, I got a couple whatchamacallit. Malik, Maya, Cantrell. We miss you, bro, sincerely. We think about you all the time. Help me get my wife back. I appreciate you and love you, gang. All right, let me get my book out, bro. I gotta write this shit down. Let me see. I'm gonna write a poem for each one of y'all. It's mad love. Let's see, Malik. Maya. Cantrell. Bird. Damn. Damn, bro. You seem happy. What does happiness mean to you? What does happiness mean to you? Great fucking question. Great fucking question. Yeah. So, you know, when they wrote that declaration, I hope somebody burns that shit one day. But one of the toughest lines that they wrote in that shit was pursuit of happiness. Because I think they understood that you'll never really possibly get it. The Wolf of Wall Street. You know, Jordan Belfort, who that movie is based off of, he said you had a temperature. And until you reach that temperature, you have a lot of angst inside of you. And some people get comfortable at 60 degrees. Some people get comfortable at 85 degrees. But you ever met somebody that wanted to break the thermometer? I was never happy. Things could never be okay. Because I just felt like, thank you. Giles. I just felt like if you get to that point and you're uncomfortable with whatever it is, how can you change that? And we read a similar book. The book, and I told you, the back end of that book made me cry. The Superior Way of a Man. Now it mentions about life being like an onion. And then depending on who you are, how you're built, what you decide to do, you can continue to peel back the layers of the onion until you get to the core. Until you get to the core. And sometimes, and it's a choice you have to make, and you get to different points in your life where it's a point of, do I allow this person back in, or do I let this person go? Do I keep this job, or do I let this job go? What do I do? Do I go with the stability, or do I go with my happiness? Do I go with the security that this job provides me, that this person provides me, or do I go with my happiness? And everybody has their own cross to bear. Everybody has their own cross to bear. And some people think their cross is too heavy. So they be like, can you carry my cross for me? Can you help me carry my cross? And they try to unload on you. Now, if you're strong, you can do that. But you don't have to. Because they say that some people are born with sin that they have to overcome. Some people are born with sin that they have to overcome. You can't overcome that sin for them. Thank you. You can't overcome that sin for them. So happiness, what it is, what it means, everybody has their own version of it. Everybody has their own version of it. Because you can ask 10 different people to define love. You can ask 10 different people to define love, and you'll get 10 different answers. And it's like, why would you get 10 different answers? Because if you read the good book and you believe in that, then it tell you what love is. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not this, it does not that. It will tell you exactly what it is, but everybody has their own definition of it. They had to break it down into love languages. But I fuck with the people who say, I deserve all that shit. Because sometimes I might need this, and sometimes I might need some words of affirmation to keep me going. Sometimes I might need something to cuddle up. I might need some physical touch. Sometimes I might need a gift. You know what I'm saying? Because I might have to go this way. I might need something for this. I might be trying to work on something. I might be trying to build a business. I might be trying to build a corporation. I might need a gift. Or I might be trying to run my business. I might be trying to run my business. So I might need some acts of service. While I go do this, you can do that. Help me run my business. It is not envy. It is not boast. It is not keep account of wrongdoing. So everybody has their own definition of happiness. And so what you see me doing is just trying to put that together. All you see me doing is trying to put pieces of a perfect day together. Like Joe Rogan podcast said, it was, I continue to do more activities of what I wanted to do until that's all my day became. I continue to do fill my day with more activities that I love to do until that's all my day became. Only things that I love to do. So my definition of happiness is reaching that point. Reaching a point where I only do activities. I completely live a life that I love. And I enjoy every part of it. When my dog wakes me up in the morning, I'm not awoken by alarm clock. I'm not bound to society constrictions. I can talk freely. I can move freely. If I decide to wake up and puff one, puff two, or not, at any point in time, if I feel like being creative, if I feel like recreating a movie, if I feel like posting up and being a photographer, being a videographer, making my music videos, doing my interviews, having my conversations. And it's all a learning process and a skill. You know, some people can say a good word and then you put the camera on them, they don't know what to say. Some people are so, they have so much knowledge and wisdom, and that's why I'm like, man, this is good. This is some good knowledge, some good wisdom. But they wouldn't say it on camera. They wouldn't share this knowledge. So I gotta talk to people. I gotta remember what they said. so I can go make a video, so I can push that out. Somebody got to say it. I think it had to take some of us time to understand. But I definitely get what you're saying, because I hate going to work. Freedom, something you're in there for. To your definition, you are happy. To your definition, you are happy. Because the other part of it says, give up this so that you can gain this. And if anybody wants to talk about sacrifice, I have sacrificed my entire life. I literally gave up everything in my entire life. And it's like I had to do that. If I didn't, I wouldn't have learned how to fish. Somebody had to teach me that. But I had that experience because I gave my life up. When you give certain things up, you realize, I don't need this. I don't need that. You start reprioritizing. You learn how to live a different way. And so now that I've learned to live an entirely different way, it's like, why would I go back to living a way that might have been secure? And I say might have because I could pop up. If I was in one place at one time, my uncle could pop up in my house and I would lose 8 days of my life. I understand it now. I understand it now. Because you got to lock a strong man up in order to go through his house. Then you start relating to certain shit. You go, oh shit, I understand it now. So you got to lock a strong man up if you want to go through his house, and that's what they did. So that's hard, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's hard. Because I've shown, you've seen the videos. And after seeing the videos, you can't say, because again, if somebody does or says something and you can't interpret it as love, you shouldn't be trying to figure that out if it is. There's one thing, it's like the intention. And if you don't understand the intention, look at the outcome. If you can't understand the intention, look at the outcome. And after seeing the outcome and I saw what was going on, I saw what happened I'm like, no. And you just never, I don't have to understand all the way why, but I can at least see I'm not going to interpret this as, oh, this person cares. I was like, there's no way that this can happen and this happened, and I can say that this person cares. And so you really got to sit there and think, like, because I've shown you the video. And you questioned it yourself. And you was like, well, why and why? You had a lot of questions. And just to think, mind you, if we take it outside of that, out of context, if you have to ask a person why, that gives them the chance to do what? To either lie, or if they tell you the truth, it's like, you can't handle the truth. Like, you really did this. You really did this, or you really said that, like, this is what you really decided to do. And so that you gotta sit there and think, oh, do you plan on having a conversation with somebody and asking them, why you being weird? And they gotta explain to you why they was being weird. They gotta explain to you why they was being weird. And you gotta sit there and say, do I accept it? Do I accept it? Because what they say, it don't take too long to realize that the sun is shining. It don't take too long to realize the sun is shining. Some people, and I think you can relate to this, some people can realize that this is a good thing. That this is a good thing. That I don't have to lose it to find that out. I don't have to lose it to find out, nah, this is good. Yeah, they don't, but they don't want to push my stuff because they don't want to push it because of, you know what I'm saying. So I put whatever up there, and then I just stop. This shit needs some more fluid. This world hate truth, no surprise. You know, there was a story about the truth and the lie. So the lie tells the truth, hey, get in the pool with me. The water feels great. And then, so the truth was like, the truth felt the water, dipped the toe in, and was like, oh, it does. It feels pretty good. So the truth gets naked and gets into the pool. And what does the lie do? The lie jumps out the pool, takes the truth's clothes, and runs around the world. And nobody wants to see the naked truth, so the truth hides from the world. Because it's weird how a lie spreads quicker than the truth. And why is it so easy to believe a lie and it's hard to believe the truth? Why is it so easy to believe a lie and so hard to believe the truth? But the lie spreads all the way around the world, acting as the truth. And if you don't understand, if anything, you can at least understand that people believe one thing and then there's a new truth. Something comes on along and is like, that's not true. They don't believe that anymore. They don't believe that anymore. And this is why we don't believe it anymore. They thought that the earth was the center of everything. And they're like, that's not true anymore. They thought the earth was flat. Then it's like, nah, that shit round, bro. Here's why. People believe one thing, the truth can become a lie, and that's crazy. So that's the only thing I can sit there and say, man. The only thing I can sit there and say is, if you know what you know, what is the honest to goodness truth that you would tell somebody? You know what I'm saying? If you know what you know, would you honestly tell this person to step into the fire? Would you tell a person to go step into the fire? Because if you do, it's why would you tell that person that? Why you gotta die to see heaven? Why we gotta die to see heaven? Why can't we bring heaven on earth? 11%. How can you bring heaven to earth and make your own little heaven on earth? Because heaven got gates. Heaven got gates, and apparently everybody don't go in. I thank you. I thank you. I thank all y'all. I wrote y'all names down. I'm gonna write something for y'all. 1, 12, 11, 4, and 9. 1, 4, 12, 11, and 9. One, 4, 12, 11, and 9. I'm gonna tap in with y'all on Instagram. Instagram got, the little face chat. Instagram got the face chat. Well, y'all saw me at one point in my life, and you see me at another point, and it's just a chapter. But every chapter has an end, and a new chapter begins. So this chapter just had to be about finding out who I truly am, what makes me happy, and deciding to actually become and do. They say it's about evolution, but I know somebody, and they told me they was at the same thing for 10 years. I said, so you telling me somebody knew you for this point in time and you were the same thing that you were at this point in time? Steve Harvey said, if I say that any of my past years were the best of my life, did I grow? Did I evolve? Did I change? So I cannot sit here and say I was any one thing. Because even if the notion is I can't say I was one thing. I was. And I became. That's why with each one of y'all, for the most part, I can kind of sort of know what you would really just want to do. Like if there was nothing involved, like you would want to do this and that and third, and I was like, do that. But they say you got to pay attention to the advice that you so freely give. Pay attention to the advice that you so freely give others. Because somewhere in that lies what you should be doing. So for instance, I met a person who has to go through homes and say, and he has to basically say, this part of the home is not up to par, not up to date. And he has to write reports about it and stuff. But he also does hygiene. And so I'm like, here's that, you can mix that shit and put that shit on YouTube. Have a playlist for this and have a playlist for the hygiene, have a playlist for the homes. As you're going to each of the homes, say what's good about the home, say what's bad about the home. This is what you should look for. How did that relate to me? I go to different cigar shops. I say, this is why this is a good cigar shop. This is why this is not one. And I have to study that because opening my own business, I got to know what's good and what's bad. What do I do and don't like about this business? What don't I like about with Yeezy? I don't like that whole how he spends stuff as a pre-sale and you don't get your order for 3 months. That's because the product ain't made. It ain't ready to be shipped out. Why are we waiting? And you promise 5 business days. You know, I don't like stuff like that. You can just look at a business and say, I like this business. They have this and they have that. They got twerkers in the back. It'd be shit like that. But just to sit there and I told the other shorty, she was like, I just be talking, I be crashing out. I be talking about this and that, and I be jumping. I got ADHD. I be like, people probably want to listen to you. They probably got ADHD too. They probably have something that they just like that keep their attention. They probably might find that shit funny. She showed me a video of some dude who be yelling in his closet. I'm like, that could be you. I told her to decorate her. She was like, yeah, I'm about to do this, decorate my room and da-da-da. She said, I don't want to show it off until I finish. Well, what you see me doing with the car? You saw the car when I first got it. The shit looked completely different. They was like, are you gonna make your first car note payment first before you paint on it? No. I didn't wait a week. Couldn't wait a week. So you saw the car when it was all white? Now it's black, red, and white. Got a dragon on one side. It got somebody hitting it from the back on the other side. Shit like that. But you can see me putting the car, even the dashboard. Whatever it is, man. Whatever it is. Pay attention to the advice that you so freely give. Because, I mean, even with you, you was on some 3 in here too. 3 in here too. You gotta pay attention to that. But one thing I liked about what you had used to do, was it the broke fun? It was something about broke and still having fun. People ain't know how you was living, how you was popping up in this country and that country. But you popped up in another country, it's like, it's broke having fun. 7. 7. The only thing that remains the same. The only thing that remains the same is change. The only thing that remains the same. The only thing that remains the same is change. You still got to kick some of them James from time to time. Anything that you've been through, somebody's already overcome. They said, oh, it's 2025. Don't let me be one of the strongest warriors. They don't want that. They was like, don't let me be one of the strongest warriors. Give it to somebody else. Well, Sam Cooke got that one song, Change is Gonna Come. Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. And it all gets better in the end. And if it doesn't get better, it's not the end. Those are the things that I sit there and think about. If it doesn't get better, it's not the end. And so, as much as I try to do to, stay level-headed and that and the third, teaching, what's the topic? Man, the topic right now is beef ravioli. Why? Because you don't got to cook it. Why is that important? Also, why? You can share it with your dog. Why is all of this important? Because you got to find a new way to live, bro. Sometimes you got to live life on the edge. What Martin Luther King say? He said, faith is taking that first step when you don't see the step. Don't know which way you going. Don't know which way you going. Just take the first step. Man, the topic is life and understanding it. Because the more that you come to understand, the more that you know that you don't understand. Nobody knows what time it is. But that was one of the first questions when I was younger. When I moved away, I was 17 at the time. I was outside all night. That was my first question. What time is it? Nobody knows what time it is. And then it doesn't even matter. When you live a certain way, it does not matter what time it is. It doesn't make a difference what day it is. It don't make a difference what day or what time. And boy, the humbling part. Some people say that when you get money, you become more of who you are. And I gave up money. So what did I become? Did I become less of who I am? Because some things I think about is, yes, there are things that I probably would not have done or do. But there are also times when somebody might say something and I wouldn't say, that's kind of disrespectful. I'll let that shit slide. And that shit would eat me up inside. Why the fuck didn't I say, Why the fuck did I let this person disrespect me? Cause if you was to die the next day, you'd be like, damn, I died disrespectfully. That shit truer than true. That shit truer than true. There's a lot of things I don't understand and a lot of things I do. And even one part of it is like going, some people are guided through. And I think if I'm not guided, thank you. And I think that's another thing, to not be guided through. I think that's something that's respectable. Because just knowing some of you taught me how to live, like, just to see certain things was like, yo, you see this person living this way and you like, bro, I can do that too, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna go all the way. I'm gonna go all the way and just let that be that. Just let that be that. And so, I mean, honestly, even just to be more outspoken, even if I say just to be more outspoken, even just to be more outspoken, that's different, because at one point I wasn't. At one point I just wasn't, and it's always why. It's always why. And as a man, that's what you got to do, right? As a man, you got to be able to speak your mind. You ain't got to argue it. You ain't got to. It's your piece. You got to say your piece. And if we're talking about change only comes from the person who decides to live outside of the norm. I forget the exact quote, but change only comes from the person who's like, no, we're moving this way. The whole world be moving this way. Change only comes from the person who's like, nah, let's move, let's veer right, we gotta change the course here. No discourse, but we gotta change the course. And so there was a clear point in time. There was too much time, and it's about balance. There's too much time where, for lack of a better word, I let stuff slide and I would sit there and go to sleep. I'm the one losing sleep at night. And the other person's not. The difference was they spoke their mind, they spoke their truth, right? It's about, oh, you speak your truth, but I didn't speak mine. And I got to sit there. And so I'm the only one wrestling with what this person said and did. And they're comfortable because I didn't say and do anything. And so sometimes they say that can play out good for you because that's for them. You didn't have to get on their level. And that's a way that you can ascend, transcend, elevate. And it's just a way to think about things. You're like, you know what? I gotta elevate. I gotta remove myself. Or I gotta do this and the third. And I gotta move past this. Because hindsight is 20/20. So I gotta move past the situation so I can look back at it with clarity. And that's why I kind of sit there and stay there and do every day. Like, all right, you know what? I ain't really like this, I ain't like this. Let me go do something to make me, that I know for sure I'm going to be good. If I go do this, I'm going to be good. I can sit there and think about it, and I ain't got to whatchamacallit, but if I puff my cigar, I puff my cigar pipe, I can just meditate, reflect. And that's my pushback for anybody to say, like, certain things being unhealthy. We had a conversation today. If you're going to live, you got to live well. If you're going to live, you got to live well. Because if I don't ever puff again, I'm going to die one day. And if I keep puffing, I'm still going to die one day. But the quote on the wall says, I'd rather puff here than a hereafter. And that's something that stuck with me. And I don't know what sticks with anybody else. I don't know what sticks. But I've had people say, you know, you said this and that shit stuck. It's up and it's a lot of things that just stick with me. And I'm like, all right, this is why. If you're gonna live, you might as well live well. And you see everybody else doing what? Doing what they want to do with their life so that they can be what? And the greatest people you see, like, they did it. If you're gonna go out, they said, why did Michael Jordan come back? Why did Michael Jordan come back and play for the Wizards? He didn't have to. Michael Jordan's legacy, we don't even remember those years on the Wizards. You know what one dude said? He said, everybody talks about AI crossing Jordan, not realizing Jordan dropped 40 and won that game. Why did Jordan come back? Because he had to go out on his sword. He didn't want to be like, oh yeah, they pushed me out, they forced me out. They said he had a gambling problem. He said he didn't want to be like, that's why he had to take the break the first time. And you know, he had other stuff going on in his life. He didn't want to be like, oh, they pushed me out, they forced me out. And he knows what happens personally. But he was like, nah, I'm gonna come back. I still got more to give. But I'm gonna go out. If I'm gonna watch, I'm going out on this hill right here on my sword. They say every year you pass your death anniversary and you don't even know it. And again, that same book says you don't take enough time to really sit there and think about that. He said, what's the greatest gift? The fact that you're alive right now on Earth. He said, you know how fast the Earth is spinning? I said 23.6 miles per hour. He said 1,000. He said the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour and it's spinning 60 something miles per hour towards around the sun. And he said the chance of you coming out of the sack is 1 in 30 something thousand or whatever. He said it's a gift to be here right now. It's a gift to be here right now. Some people think they was born in the wrong time, place, in the wrong period. But you here right now at this place in this point in time. Not any other. So again, if you believe, if anything, you're going to sit there and question that you're not supposed to be here right now at any other place in time. You be thinking, I'm in the wrong time period. I'm in the wrong place. Not realizing, just sitting back and thinking, you know what? I am going to leave this place. And wrestling with that concept. And then accepting it. So what you going to do? Because, again, depending on what you believe in, this and the third, you got to get home. You got to get to home base. You got to get to home base. And we all on the path to get home. You got to get to home base. I'm not talking about baseball. So if you take this lifetime and get to first base, I guess that's progress. If you take this lifetime and you get to third base, I guess that's progress. But you didn't make it home. There's pit stops along the way. Or you can just keep running. There's pit stops along the way. Or you can just keep running. But either way, there are some people who are comfortable where they're at. And you can't get stuck where they're at. Or you can, the choice is yours. The choice is yours. But they on their own path. You bumped into somebody. So that's my thing, man. And you can sit there and look at certain things. And then the other part about forgiveness. The other part about forgiveness is sometimes you got to forgive yourself. Sometimes you got to forgive yourself. For staying in a situation too long. For not leaving sooner. You sent me the video. You sent me the video. The best poker players, they fold more often than they stay in. The best poker players fold more often than they stay in. Wise words. Can't wait to share another meal. Please call. Another meal. Just the thing is, leaving the situation, you always just gotta kind of remember why you left. Why'd you leave in the first place? And that can apply to so many things. But why did you leave in the first place? And once you left, how did you feel? Not initially, but over time, how did you feel? And sometimes it's like feeling free. Sometimes it's like feeling free when you leave this situation, this job, this person, whatever it is, and you feel free. To go do whatever it is. What's an illusion of freedom? What's the illusion of freedom? You know, Casanat, he can do a lot of things, but Travis Scott sent him some Pumas. He's like, I can't wear these Pumas. He getting paid by Nike. A very rich and wealthy person. Yeah, we saw it come up. He's free to do a lot of things, but he can't wear no Puma. Because you can feel free and not really be free, which is a majority of society. Because if I had to tell you what I actually have to do to be free, because they say money, in one conversation, they said money is just a place marker where you decide to, put it and spend it on. Which is why I was grateful for a part of last year just saying, you know what? New priorities. If I'm going to spend some money, it's going to be on this over this. This is going to be free to me. This I got to spend money on. Because it's crazy how the concept of money, in a world that was created free, how do we start paying for it? We got to pay for food, and we don't know how to grow food. And then there's people who know how to grow food and don't grow their own food. The cost of laziness and convenience and ignorance. You got to pay for what you don't know how to do. You got to pay somebody else to do it. You don't feel like doing it, you got to pay somebody else to do it. Losing yourself and finding yourself. How do you do one and the other? It's crazy. How do you lose yourself and then end up finding yourself? Because who's the greatest in the kingdom? So were you your true self under the age of 10, and then you learned how to lose yourself and become something else? And then what do you got to do? One of the biggest things now, I'm not sure if it's actually like trending, but it's your inner child. I'm not sure if it's trending or whatever, but healing it. Because it's like, why does it have to heal? And the only reason that's because parents, your environment, your surroundings, they teach you. They teach you to limit yourself. And nobody it's like, what parents are out here, who's teaching you to keep your mind open? Because one dude had a kid, he had a daughter, and he said when he held her the first day she came out, he was like, yo, she's an empty vessel. You got to be careful, because you can only expose your child to so much. Then they come back talking a certain way. You're like, where'd you pick this up at? And so when you learn stuff, what are you going to teach your kids? And I picked up some bad habits, right? Some habits that are frowned upon, shamed upon. And if I teach my kids certain things, is it necessary for survival? Because I don't know if I have to look at my kid and say, there may be a day that you might have to go against society and do things that they deem are wrong just for your survival, just so you can live. And I don't know how long you might have to do it. But just in case, this is what you do. And as long as you don't hurt nobody, they still gonna be mad. I think sometimes I like to think I ain't hurt nobody, bro. I ain't hurt nobody. I ain't take no life. So, cause it's up to me. And that's why it's just certain people I can't see. I don't even want to put myself in a situation. I don't even want to put myself in position. Some people don't like peace. Some people need a little excitement at the expense of somebody else. Because the one thing they say you can't put a price on is your life. Is I give you $1 million a day, but you won't wake up tomorrow. Would you take it? I'm like, hell no. 10 million? Hell no. It's just certain shit that you just would not, you just can't put a price on it. And they say as you grow older, that's what you prioritize. When I go to the cigar shop, every older man says that. As you get older, you prioritize your peace. And if anything goes against the grain, you are not compromising. So that's how I handle a lot of conversations. Without compromising my peace. At the same time, letting everybody know where you stand. Letting everybody know where you stand. And of course, any great reward has a great risk attached to it. You gotta around and find out. Look around and find out. Now, because you risk losing something, it means you risk gaining something else. Some people don't believe in perfection, but I do. And if I gotta risk giving up something that's not perfect for the chance at perfection, so be it. Because they be like, if it's one woman for every man, the woman has to know that with all these people, and she only has to choose one, there's a lot of no's that she has to say. She can't say yes all the way. But Joy Taylor on ESPN, Joy Taylor said she fucked her way to the top. I asked somebody how you feel about that. He said, she fucked up. She ain't fucked down. Gotta respect it. They say hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work. I'm not sure what talent she got, but I'm pretty sure some people who've been working pretty hard. They just might not be as talented. And it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. Because there was a group of people, now some people don't believe in psychics and things like that, but they call them seers. You can't lie to them. So you might as well tell the truth. Some people can read people. It's a blessing and a curse. Because when you sit there and listen to somebody, knowing that they're lying to you, puts you in a weird place to be in. Because it's what do you do? When you care. You may care about this person. You may care about this job. But when you find out they not doing right by you, what do? Because they've been there for so long. It's the history. But history is history. The woman's gonna say, what have you done for me lately? Because yesterday is gone and tomorrow is not promised. You only have today. So it's a difficult position to be in. It's a tough gift to have. Would you want it? If you could have any gift in the world, what gift would you want to have? But then they say it's so disrespectful to say, oh, I wish I had this gift, not pertaining to the gift that you have. That's like the bird saying, I wish I could swim underwater. And that would be disrespectful to his gift of flight. And the fish is looking at the bird like, I wish I could fly. Disrespecting the gift it has to swim. And then to settle down in one place. When the gift goes with the fish and the gift goes with the bird. Wherever the bird goes, it has the gift of flying. Wherever the fish goes, it has the gift of swimming. Why would the fish stay in one place? And why would the bird stay in one place? And you know that good book says, the foxes have holes, the birds have trees, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. So why is that? Why does man have no place to lay his head? So he builds a shelter when he should be outside. Moves away from nature when he came from dirt. He's from nature. Only to grow up and like tobacco, like leaves, and get back to the earth. Philosophical question. Say that the more that you ingest the things that come from the earth, the more you start to remember. Because they say the trees have roots and the roots are all connected. The trees be talking. Because the only thing that receives light is the eyes on a human. But a tree has photosynthesis. It has to have some type of light receptors. He'd be like, yo, the trees can see. And would you want to be a tree and be stuck in one place forever? Now, certain trees live to 200 years and they see under any weather, this get built up and get torn down. You can stay in one place and the old people just sit there and people watch and see different things every day. And then people complain about monotony. Doing the same thing every day. And then if you learn how to live a certain way, I can't wake up and do the same thing every day, quite literally. I can put parts of it together. But if I went to the same place every day, it might be dangerous for me. If I stayed in one place, that might be dangerous for me. Because everybody back in the day had a camel or horse, or they walked every goddamn day. And it made me mad because I didn't understand that they changed the names of these people, but they didn't change the names of the places. You know, if you translate the name, fuck that. Why you ain't translate the name of this place and that place? If that person, if her name is Sarah, it's Sarah no matter where she goes. How do you translate a name? That doesn't make sense to me. How you meet a Mark, John, and a Jacob in the Middle East. Traveling to Bethlehem. Translate Bethlehem. Translate Jerusalem. New Jersey. The New Jerusalem. The concept of a jail. The concept of what do you do with the old people? What do you do with the young people? Nobody finds that interesting. Of how the Egyptians used to live. Nobody finds that interesting. What did they do with their old people? What did they do with their young people? What was the duty of a pharaoh? Quite literally. And why did they dislike one and want to kill another? And why don't we believe in what they believed in? When quite literally, even in a time reference, they're closer to God. They're closer to the truth. Or is that not true? Who's closer to the truth? Us or them? The people when it first started or the people when it all ended? Who's closer to the truth? Who's closer? It's not a question to think about, right? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't go back in time and you can't go forward in time. Not quite literally. But apparently if you move fast enough, if you exit stage left and then come back, the people around you that you knew might be older. And the people who live long enough die because there's nobody who knows them. And it's like, this is a weird place to be in. But think about being young and nobody knows you. Been in a place where nobody knows you and then some people feel free. It's like they don't know this history. They don't know my past. I feel free. I just had to move away and just become somebody else that I really wanted to be. Truthfully. Because what bugs me is Julius Caesar, name isn't translated. Alexander the Great, name isn't translated, but apparently Alexander was a pharaoh at some point. His name isn't translated. But we think that these people exist and we've never seen them. But they question the existence of this one. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing. I never met Napoleon, but people would think that he existed. There's a statue of LeBron. I've seen him in person. But there's a statue of Zeus. People don't believe in it. That shit's funny to me. That shit is funny to me. There's a statue of all these Greek gods, Greek and Roman gods, but they nobody. That's just mythology. The Greeks and the Romans believed in it. It must be crazy. What about the Egyptian gods, right? Because they say if you ever want to study, the guy asks, what is our history? He said, if you want to study your history, you have to understand your masters and why they tried to erase your history. Because Ra, Isis, Horus is a mystery. Muhammad, Allah is a mystery. But let me change the name. You know, the Greeks believed in, but the Romans believed, they just changed the name. But they believed in the same thing. There's Aries and then there's Mars. But it's the same thing. So Ra, Isis, and Horus, what did their name change? And that's what I like to think about. How could the greatest dynasty just fall? And why did everybody want to go there to study? They could have went anywhere else in the world, but they had to go to Egypt to study. Everybody ran the temple. If you pay attention, the temple is always in the capital T. Where were they going? Who taught them? But we read the story. When this person goes over here to learn, they go back to the people who have not learned, and they become what to the people that don't know? That's what they become. It's quite skillful to get people to believe in something else that's kind of true. has to have a little bit of truth in it. And that's why I really still, that's where, you know, you reach that limitation. Because when I journal, the weird part about me journaling, I think about the Sumerian texts and all of that stuff. But sometimes I freehand. Sometimes I shorten up words. It's lazy, right? But if somebody was able to pick up my journal, they'd be like, what does this mean? What does that mean? I know what it means, but I freehanded this. I shorthanded this. I use this word instead of that word. Being cryptic for no reason. It's my journal. I'm just trying to shorthand stuff. Imagine picking up a Sumerian text, an Egyptian text, a Greco-Roman text, picking up any text, and the person was was shorthanding it and using other words instead of other words. They understood, but it was for them. They was run out of time. It was like, I'm gonna write this down. And they just scribbling stuff. Imagine reading only part of the story because a person just didn't have enough time to write everything down, and everybody was following this one person and they didn't understand. So the books don't even be matching. Like, this person wrote down more than this person would because this person wrote faster than another. It's shit like that. That's just shit I be thinking about. I would just be writing. I just be journaling what happened for the day. I don't even get the whole day down. And people don't think about those little things like that. That there's probably some truth and there's probably some scribble scrabble. It's just probably some BS. What if you was reading, I be writing some shit down that's not true. I be writing some shit down that I just want. Oh, I want this, I want that, I want this. What if you reading that? What if you translating with something like, man, I wish this happened and I wish this happened. What if somebody was sitting there telling them this is what happened and they can't write it all down? They can just get this, that, and that. And it ain't a lie, but it ain't the whole truth. Because apparently the one boy spoke Aramaic. And in Aramaic, the word is Allah, Allah. E-L-A. It's E-L-A. When you go to Syria, how is that? How do you pronounce that? It sounds like Allah. I don't know. But then this word is plural. And why is this word plural? Something to think about. Why is this word plural? And it means gods with an S. And there's only one. Somehow, apparently. So, we don't understand energy. We don't understand light. And that's okay. Because you have a job. You got bills to pay. But at some point in time, there were people, that's all they had to do every day was just study life. If you used to look at these people, the one guy, he just had fascinations with birds and he would draw birds. It was one of them artists, one of these famous people. You got Archimedes. You got all these different people. They just become fascinated with one thing. And it was okay for them to do that. And then you had certain people who got so good at multiple things. Emotep. And imagine being that. Imagine being Emotep. And everybody comes to you for everything. Because you know how to heal people. You know how to do this. You know how to do, you just know how to do mathematics. You know how to do science and chemistry. And you know how to do so many things. And everybody comes to you for, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. And then it's like, how do you really pronounce though? Right? And then who's credited with being the greatest writer? We got the greatest writers of all time, William Shakespeare. But they studied William Shakespeare stuff, and it was like, you know, his stories kind of aligned with these stories. And it's a great story. And it's so famous. But you look at some of his words that he writes down. What word did he use a lot? He used this word a lot. It's just old English though. Though. And you can spell that in so many ways, right? But you still pronounce it as though. Maybe he was trying to get people to wake up to something. And then there's the OM. So you got the THO. You put a T, however you want to spell it. THOT, THOUGH. You got that, right? But then what word do a lot of people say? And they kind of go along, what's the first word? Which came first, sound or light? Either way. When you get stuck and you don't know what to say, and then some people tell you to just keep saying, and then some people like, yo, you say that too much, stop. Why? Why? And then somehow you mix up the vowels together. It becomes a word. And then the letters and the numbers meaning certain things. How and why, still don't know. And that's why we trying to tell people, like, you study just a little bit of numerology. Every numerology book will say, yeah, we don't want to disregard this, or this, but we're just not going to talk about it. We can't go too in depth. We're just going to study. Because if you said that which one comes first, the letters or the numbers come first. I don't care how you try to spin it. And then if you look at the numbers look different. One way, the Brahmic numbers look one way, the original numbers be sideways. But then if you look at the original numbers, you kind of see where our numbers came from. It came from being lazy and just connecting it. Like the number 2 was just dash, dash. But if you don't pick your pencil up, it goes zoop, zoop. Like it's just 2 dashes. Same thing with the number 3, dash, dash, dash. But if you don't pick your pencil up, zoop, and just connect the lines and connect the dots. And the thing about the dots is that a dot becomes a line. And if you study mathematics, a line has no end and no beginning. A line goes on forever. And if you have enough lines, you have a plane, a planet, just a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of lines. It'd be shit like that. It'd be shit like that. A whole bunch of planes, I mean, flat things, and they all be in a line. And it's funny how, certain things, at least just opening your mind up to like how Terrence Howard said, technically kind of sort of maybe that, the planets are the sun's poop. It just popped off the sun. And then once it gets a certain distance away from the sun, it starts peopling. Like when the trees start growing apples, it starts appling. Once it reaches that Goldilocks zone, it can hold life. So what do you think will happen when Venus enters that Goldilocks zone and it starts peopling, and then we are so advanced that we're like, oh, there's people down there. And we go to Venus and then we're telling them, this is what you need to do. And then they become enlightened by certain things and we just give them fire. And, not all of us will go down there, but some of us will. And then what do you think they're going to call us? what do you think the Venus people are going to call us when we go down there on our flying saucers and our spaceships and rockets just to visit? I think we'll be advanced enough to just leave something like a pyramid, just something that can withstand the test of time, just to say, hey, we were here. We showed you a couple of things. Because what happened when they came down here? You got to read that good book, but it does say that, oh, they just started with this one. I want this one. I want that one. They got to pick and choose whatever. I don't know if those people were smart enough. They didn't know. But they procreated. Somebody was probably telling them, like, you don't go down there messing with them new people. And it was like, I'm going to do it anyway. They don't know the difference. And they be going backwards and forth. And then, what do you think those people are going to say? What stories will they tell? They don't know how to read or write. What form of communication are they going to have? What form of communication are they going to have? And then when we no longer interact with them, we don't speak none of the old languages. They're considered dead languages. We don't speak any of the original languages. So if you leave those people, they'll start to speak a whole nother language. And that's crazy. And that's crazy. And yet it makes sense. And yet, any and all of that makes sense. Because it don't make sense that there were people before there was a moon. So these people had to be outside every damn day. And when it got dark, it just got dark. That's why I respect them people. Because if they didn't find out a way to live, we wouldn't exist. Apparently, maybe. Maybe something happened. It was like, well, no, anybody over there, let's go down there. Find a new place to live. Basically, we technically could be all descendants of what we would say aliens. Somehow, some way or another. Could have started on one planet. I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to move down there. I mean, at that point, being so advanced, you could do that and just say, you know what? We're going to just go live over here. Start a whole new planet. Wipe out these people. You have the power to do so. Why would you do so? It's a little selfish. But at this point, you now know everything. You know the history of where everything came from. And you can tell what you decide to tell or want to tell. If you tell the whole story, would you? Would you? No. You probably wouldn't. Like, I don't have enough time to tell you. I'll tell you this much. Because you're not going to be able to comprehend everything. You don't know how to read and write yet. So what way can I sit here and give you, oh, you know what people like? Emojis. How can I explain things to you? I'll draw a picture. You know what this looks like. You can't speak yet, but you know you can't read and write, but draw a picture. This is what it looks like. And as an artist, that's what got me too. There's a difference between the Greeks and the Romans and the Egyptians. The Egyptians can carve into stone perfect pictures. The Greeks and the Romans don't do that. To look at the evidence of why, the only thing they said was the Egyptians focused on the shadows and the essence of things and eternality, if that's a word. Everything existed eternally. But the Greeks and Romans focus on the present, right now. So they focus on how things look literally. But people don't believe in Zeus, Athena, and none of those. But that's how they interpreted things, quite literally. The Egyptians, it looks like this. The shadow does. This is a shadow. It emits. You can't emit a shadow, but where does your shadow go in the dark? When there's no light. And there can't be one without the other. It can't be a shadow without light. But it was always there before the light was there. And that's a hard concept for me to wrap my head around. It was there before the light was there. Once the light hit it, it allowed you to see it. But it always existed. It's a hard concept to wrap my head around. Kinda, sorta. But you understand that you're there, whether the light's shining or on you or not. And what I just heard the other day was, this person wasn't quite sure, so I'm not even quite sure. But he said there was a story of Napoleon going to the pyramids. He said if you spend a night in the Great Pyramids, you'll face your demons. And it's like, you've never seen a demon a day in your life. You would know what a demon looked like if it walked right up to you and said hi. You wouldn't know what a demon looked like. You've never seen one. Somehow people believe in that. Never seen an angel. Somehow people believe in that. But all those stories say what? This person went off into a cave, went onto the top. They went somewhere deep, dark in the woods. Even the one, he went to the woods for 40 days and 40 nights. Wow. Just to lay with the night. Because the sun and the moon want to see you, and you be hiding at night. Because you don't feel safe in the dark. Whether it's the boogeyman, whatever it is. But shit, I be trying to think that if I was in the dark, that shit crazy, right? If you think about it, if you in the dark and there's no light, you try to open your eyes wider. The light at the end of the tunnel, you be trying to open your eyes wider. You wouldn't try to close your eyes. And just, because what would you start to think? Where would your mind go? If you was in a dark cave, Plato's closet, that's a story. But the allegory of the cave, you know, the people just sitting there just so mesmerized by their shadow, not realizing that they should turn around and the light is right there. Babe. Would you feel safe if you had a dog by your side in the dark? Maybe. I don't think you'll put your dog with on muzzle. If that's the only thing that's gonna keep you safe or help make you feel safe. But it doesn't really make sense of why we scared of the dark. Now, it really doesn't make sense to be scared of the dark, or at least why. But that's where they got all their revelations. They got all their revelations being in the dark. Even they used to pay this one guy to go sit in a dark room. He would come out and write down all his ideas. I forget who it is. He's an inventor. But they would pay him to go sit in a room, a dark room, and then he would come out and write down all his ideas. I don't know what it is about that. And they say hearing certain sounds, like hearing the birds, makes you feel safe. Like that movie Bird Box, if you don't hear no birds around, and the bird's not chirping, birds can be a sign of safety. I don't know about crickets, but when that Aaliyah song come on, crickets is the craziest spot. That shit hit every time. But you always hear the crickets at night. So I don't know how long this nigga gonna live, bro. If you wanna come back around. That's my guy though. That's my guy. Let's see how long he lives. See how long he lives. Cause my last fish, I don't know why he died. I just came back to the car and nigga was floating upside down. So, damn. Now I gotta get a snake. I get another snake. We gotta figure this shit out. I'm trying to put this all together. A tarantula, a snake, a fish, a dog. Got my garden. Like your little garden of Eden. There's a snake around. But we don't trust snakes. For good reason. For good reason. Now if the snake becomes a person, but you don't know it's a snake. But he said what happened to the snake? It became a dragon. How did it become a dragon? Somebody fed it. Don't let that go over your head. You can't feed snakes. They just get bigger. You gotta pay attention. And attention is what everybody wants. Even social media. They figure out ways to keep you on their app. What's the shit with the ghosts? Snapchat? Snapchat had streaks. Fuck them niggas up. Because the streaks became a part of their identity. The streaks became a part of what they did every day. You ever seen a kid get upset because their streak broke? That shit had their attention. That shit had their attention. And the word attention, at 10, is another Egyptian god. Attention. And you put certain words together like dimension, mention, ascension. Words and sounds, and what do they really mean? Shun, the Tion, Shun, but the L, exhale, suxel, inhale, exhale. However you decide to spell it. There's an EL, there's an ALE, but ALE I think is liquor. Liquor is quicker. The gin make you sin. Now these are some things that I heard when I was hanging at the cigar shop. The other guy said the gin get you in. But just imagine a whole generation. And we said the shun, like a nation, like imagination. Imagine a whole nation of magic. And the word magic, and it's right in the middle of imagination, and that's tragic because people don't think that having an imagination is a gift and a skill, but you learn not to have an imagination, and where did they go? But the greatest word from 2024 was delusional. Something you shouldn't be, quite literally, because delusional is actually a diagnosis that they can put in the book of psychology to study the psychology of people. And that's a mental disorder, to be delusional, quite literally. And if you ever met a person like that, the shit might scare you. Now, just imagine being locked in a room with a group of people who quite literally are delusional, hysterical, bipolar. That quite literally happened to me. For 8 days of my life, I was surrounded by people who are quite literally everything that people joke about. And imagine going in there sane and then losing your sanity. That could happen to certain people. That could happen to certain people. With the magi, it doesn't make sense when they talk about Moses dropping the rod and it becomes a snake, but it's not magic. Somehow, some way, they believe in it and then they don't. And that is weird. Because what you believe in tells you not to believe in that. But how could you believe in something that doesn't exist? So why do we have words about things that don't exist? Like with the angels, Michael, Raphael, the L's. It's a lot of those. And that, for lack of a better word, will say we're people, angels. Shit we never seen. Some believe and some don't. But the preacher asked a good question. Why the fuck would you make humans if you have angels? And that's a good question. Why would you make humans after making angels? That's not a question for me, right? That's not a question that anybody should be trying to answer. Because that sounds like a godly question. How do you make something out of nothing? No thing. And yet nothing is impossible. And I mean that literally. How can there ever be nothing? And then there be something. To be spinning on a rock that's going 1,000 miles per hour, but I don't feel it. I feel like I'm standing still. And then the one boy was like, pay attention how you sitting. I said, attention. Because we sit perpendicular, like in an L, like stairs. And where do the stairs go? And why do we sit in an L, perpendicular? And why do the stairs do that? They don't do it crisscross applesauce. And then they talk about, this serpent tail. They talk about this fire that's inside of you, activating it, and they be like, that's scary as hell. Now, some people, that's why they walk so much. They moved a lot. And then some people just sitting still. So who's really right? The nomad or the monk? The nomadic or the monk? The Buddhist or the traveler? But Buddha was a traveler. They say Buddha went to a different house almost every other day. Some people say that Buddha was a beggar. That's crazy. And I say that's crazy because he's considered a god now. But he was a beggar. And that's crazy. But the trick of the trade. Because would you live that way is one question. Could you live that way is another question. Should you live that way is a whole nother question. But if you focus on the could you live that way? Could you live in such a way that life becomes free for you? Buddha lived freely. Whether it was his words, what he said, or what he did, the people trusted. He always found a way to get somebody to trust him, to give him food and shelter every day. Maybe some days he had to be outside. Now, was he a user? When people gave to him, when they didn't have to? And is that godly? Because what do you think God would do? If God came down here and was a person and looked at everything, I figure maybe just psychology or a philosophical question. If you created everything, I think you would think that this whole world would be free to you. And if it wasn't free for you because of whatever conditions that you came into, you would figure out a way to be like, this is free for me. This is free for me. Somehow, some way, whatever I gotta do, whatever I gotta say, I'm gonna make it free for me. And I might have to do something that this society doesn't necessarily agree with, but like a thief in the night, but the thievery in the daytime. Thievery in the daytime. Because when I'm working, Michael Jackson got a song, he said the freaks come out at night. They do different things at night. They burn in the midnight oil. But that's just an allegory for another story. Because a couple women came out of that room, and that's a story, and that's in the book. Because they almost got mad at me when I said, it sound like he came into the house, she over here on her knees, listening. And the other one just cleaning the house, making everything right, cooking and cleaning, and she coming, what are you doing? Why you not giving me no attention? You giving this one, listen, she got different priorities. I said, it sound like it was a gang of them, but they used the women's money that's in there. I said, it sound like he made life free for him, but he made that shit sound positive. If you spin it a certain way, because I said everybody wrote a book except for him, that's crazy. He know how to write? That's crazy. Oh, but he knew how to talk, and everybody wanted to listen to him. It sounded like he was trying to get away. Nigga said, hey, put me on the boat, put me in the middle of the sea. I'll talk to him from the sea. That's wild to me. He said, y'all can go first. I'll meet you later. It sound like him constantly saying, trying to figure out another way to say, I don't believe what you believe in. All the Pharisees and da-da-da, they come up to him to get a question. He gotta say, I gotta say some slick shit. I gotta say some slick shit. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this one? But always, I don't believe what you believe in, but I can't tell you that though. I can't explicitly say that. Because if I do, you're gonna act a certain way, you're gonna do certain things. Now you can apply that to multiple things. And that's just truer than true. Like, you know that if you tell somebody, you know I'm this, right? They're like, oh yeah, you are? Oh, I didn't know. Da, 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 da. Now you're talking to me differently. You weren't talking to me just like that. Okay. I understand. A different title, a different label. Because they say that politicians get paid to lie. Oh, that would be a great job to have, right? That would be a great job to have. Because I read the book The Giver. And The Giver, when he got his card, on his description it said, you can lie. He looked around and said, well, who else around here lying? And that's crazy. I said, I'm an artist. He said, that's just code word for a fuck up. I said, I'm going to be the greatest artist I can be. Wake up every day. Fuck the day up. Because I had to make everything look like art. Because it does say made in an image. Imagination, magic, image. Everything's made in an image. Which is a physical, is an external representation. You gotta study the word image. Because if you quite literally go by the definition, it is an external representation of a whatever. But in the last words, probably you can look this up for yourself. it says art. By definition, if you feel like you were made in an image, by definition, that's it. That shit says art. So it's God and artist. Because they can't define what art is, and art is everything. Definition of image. A representation of the external form of a person or thing in art. By definition. By definition. The very first one. But though again, Madge. I don't know what a Madge is, but some people, a magician, image, magic, image, taking pictures, just taking pictures of what I can see. But you know what, a different part of videography is being able to capture in the night when there's no light. How do you still make people see? How do you make people see everything that is still already existing when there's no light? And you can't hide it. You can't hide the light, right? But somehow it seeps through the cracks. Somehow the light seeps through the cracks. So when you sit there and think about which came first, it was darkness first. And then there was light. I mean, if you read that book, he said, let there be light. So what was there first? It was darkness first. But then he said, let there. He had to say something, and then there was a sound. So those are at least two things present before there was light. There was at least darkness, and then there was a sound, and then there was light. At least. But we're trying to translate things. It said you have to have a place, a time. It says in the beginning, so that time has to exist before all of that. But we can't keep track of time. They tried to, the sun went down, shit went up. Shit went up. They said, when is shit coming back? Oh, but it always come up. It always come back up. And then those people also started their days by the nights. They didn't start when the sun came up. They started their days by when the sun came down. So they lived during the night. Because I think it's a lot easier on your mind and your mental to sleep during the day when there is light. If there's a big ass dinosaur running around that just might eat you at night. Can't see that shit at night. You might want to stay up. You might want to stay up. And they still don't understand why we get tired. And they still don't understand where your energy come from. Somehow, some way, you can live for a couple days without eating. You can go a whole week on just water, and you'll still be alive. So they constantly prove that you don't need food. But then the lady said, go on the carnivore diet, she lost weight. You think them niggas was eating trees and plants? They was eating meat. She said all she ate was meat. She lost weight. I said, that's crazy. You know, some people try to go vegetarian. Either way, they're going to look at you some type of way. Because the one boy was eating locusts. He was out there with a rope tied around his bed. I said, what? Yeah, it's certain books you just can't read that, John, bro. But it tell you so much hypocrisy and this and the third. And you be like, yo, these were the kings and queens acting this way against the people who are supposed to be the people who are not kings. These is the king. The queen said, the man looked at the king. He said, that's your brother's wife. She had to fuck up, though. She said, he's the king. I ain't messing with the brother no more. She went to go. He looked at him. He said, that ain't right. The queen said, I don't want him nowhere in sight. They beheaded John. I closed the book. I said, this shit. I said, y'all reading the same book I'm reading? Close the book. It's not a good story. Somebody has to die, though. Somebody does. I'm saying watching Power. How you kill Ghost off Power? Crucify him. That nigga said, I don't want nothing to do with this. If y'all gonna do it, y'all do it. It ain't got nothing to do with me. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Hypocrisy. But the kiss. Boy, they talked about the kiss. It's something you can look up. The kiss of Judah. Why would he do such a thing? And for some people, they say he was a shapeshifter. They say he was a shapeshifter. They said if he didn't kiss him, all he would have did was, and you wouldn't know who he was. That's kind of powerful. And it makes you think and wonder why. Why would this person do such a thing? Is that what they had to do? Oh, that book is full of stories, bro. They sent the girl in there. It sounded like they said, we're going to pay you this money. Go sleep with him. Find out how we beat him. And they kept lying. He said this. She said, I did da-da-da-da. And you still... That shit crazy to me, too. He told her multiple times. Multiple different things. Now, the one part of this story that really sticks out to me was, because he told her this, he told her that, he kept lying to her. He kept lying to her. You know, because the other part of it is, I forget, the one who couldn't have a baby. So, well, he would start sleeping with the other woman. But he didn't want, or there was one woman he wanted to sleep with, so he was just on the ground. He went, not inside of her, on the ground. So it wasn't bad that he was whatchamacallit. It was bad that he was just not trying to with her. But they was paying her to sleep with this man, try to figure out his weakness. It sounded like there was a lot of God made pimps so the hoes could have a man. It sounded like it was a lot of going on. It was paying her. Do this. Do this. We got the money for you. Let's figure this out. She couldn't figure it out. It's crazy. And they'd be like, ISIS was famous. Oh no, there's a story of ISIS and 100 men. Now, it's a shorty right now that went viral on TikTok because her goal was 100 men. I think she did a little more than what ISIS did. I think ISIS did it the smart way. Oh, ISIS was famous. Or was that Cleopatra? Oh, I'm so disrespectful. That was Cleopatra. Cleopatra is infamous. Because again, there's a lie and there's a truth, and one spread quicker than the other. I don't know where they get this story from. I don't know why you would make up this story. That's a crazy story to make up. But Cleopatra and 100 men. But the veil of ISIS is something that eludes me. Because they talk about the veil of ISIS and it being lifted. I'm not sure what's being hidden. Was it her face? If so, why would you hide her face? Why is she hiding? Why is there things that need to be hidden? But the veil of ISIS being unveiled. And apparently they said somebody found her tomb. It was a woman. They said no man. She said no man. It was a woman that found it. Maybe. Apparently they think. Nobody's sure. Nobody's sure. But ISIS, Horus, and Ra, and changing those names. Hoorah, hoorah! It's crazy the things that we say and where does the origin really possibly maybe come from. Hoorah, hoorah, rah, rah, rah. Horus. Chorus. But of course, Horus didn't exist. And ice is so cold. And the sun is so hot. But when it get cold, it make you appreciate when it's hot. But people don't appreciate Isis or Ra. Hoorah, Horus. Chorus, and there's a sound, and there's a symphony. And then people thought about a symphony of the planets. Something I still haven't whatchamacallit, but it's a different sound. There's a sound here, but apparently there's a sound of the planets, and you know how many there are and how many chords and just the vibrations of things that we may never really even get to see. The vibrations of things and to hear. Because if that shit was quiet, and it's funny about the sound, how you don't want to hear certain sounds, and certain sounds annoying you, and then get into that place of what they assume peace is silence, and there's no sound. Would you miss sound? How long would it take you to miss sound if you couldn't hear shit? Because I've seen people cry the first time they heard a sound. And trying to imagine those people who are deaf, and then the first time that they hear, they cry. They cry. And they say God speaks in emotions. Because what happens? If somebody dies, you cry. Or it's out of happiness. It's your first time hearing, you cry. You shout out. Oh, there's certain emotions. They ain't got to say this, but I can tell. That's sadness. I ain't got to. That's happiness. Oh, that's fear. You're scared. There's certain shit you can just read. But how do you read energy? How do you read? And figuring out what the word read means. Because you can read some hieroglyphics and those are just pictures. And you just looking at something. Regard. And like the word regard, it's in my deepest regards. But in French, if you say regard, that means to look. That means to look. My temper fell. I gotta find a temper in the dark. Bailey does one thing. Bailey can do one thing every day, bro. And all she did was prop her head down. And now I don't know where my temper's at. And that be bothering me. Because I know this shit should be on top of something. find it. You know the good part about whatchamacallit? You know, having a whole house, if you lose something, it could be in any of the rooms. But this, I at least know it's somewhere. It's somewhere. No, I really do. Honestly, I can't even fake. I have to be very appreciative. I have to be very appreciative. I have to be very appreciative. I'm gonna write a poem, bro. I'm gonna write a poem for everybody. I gotta write a poem for her first. I gotta write a poem for her first. She is the first bandit. First bandit, bro. First bandit, bro. Shout out to her. And shout out to my bros. Shout out to my bros for tapping in, tuning in, supporting. You know, at the time, yeah, man, it's like, because you know you gotta have a point of like self-reflection in the sense that you gotta also see how you interact, deal, and you know what I'm saying, with people and whatnot. And you know, sometimes you gotta sit there and say, you know what, I did mess up. I ain't carry things the right way. So, because you might have did something that, if the shoe was on the other foot, you would tell that person like, nah, you shouldn't even associate with this person. So I mean, that's something I also kind of think about too. Like, but that's something I also think about in the sense of like, if I don't agree with a way a person may be living, whatever, I don't know, who am I? Who am I to be like what they should and shouldn't be doing with their life? And to support them at one point and not support them at another point. I mean, but again, you dealing with people, and I guess when you figure out, if you come to a point where you're like, you know what, me and this person don't align, you disassociate. So at one point you were, but then sometimes you do have to understand, okay, nah, I don't need to, you know. So, but when it mattered most, right? When it matters most. When it matters most. And having your dreams come true. You gotta appreciate the journey. It says it's not the destination, it was the journey. And some parts of the journey are solo. Some parts of the journey are lonely. You can't be scared of those parts. Can't be scared of those parts. Can't be scared of those parts. Because you can sit there and think about messing your life up. And that's why I said that part about Samson. Because he was kind of sort of, look, I just fell. He was kind of sort of messing his life up. But he still is like, it was a hard lesson to learn. He was kind of sort of messing his life up. And it's like, did he have to go through what he went through? Did he have to go through all of that to get to this point? And he had to take a lot of lives. Let's be clear. Let's not say some. Let's not say a few. Samson's story is taking a lot of lives. And that's, would you do that? You know, there's a lot of people, even Moses. Whatever his name is in any other book, even Moses. Took a life, buried it. Huh? Could you, it's like, could he at least gotten the person's name? But would you do that? If you took a person's life, would you at least try to remember their name? So we know what person it was that you decided to unalive. Bro, that's a funny ass word. That's a funny ass word. And somebody got mad at me talking about it's not a word. You know what it meant. As soon bro, as soon as I got up, bro. As soon as I got up, bro. She's like, there's popcorn. Bro, I really, her birthday coming up. I'm gonna try to get her so much food that she can't eat no more. I'm gonna try to give her so much. I'm gonna try, but you know, some dogs have a condition where they don't actually get full. They don't know when they're full or not. There's some people, some dogs have a condition. And then, like, I want to slow down her eating, but then there's some dogs that just, like, they just naturally have a fast, they just eat fast. And they say that comes from the wolf pack mentality. Because wolves, like, you eat what's there and what's present. Like, if they brought this back and that's what it is, the early bird gets the worm. But applying at the dogs. Now, the only thing I'm trying to find right now is my fork, bro. I'm trying to find my fork. I'm trying not to be too ghetto, eat with my hands and shit. And I think there's just like, there's a couple things I be trying to figure out. Like, there's a portable washing machine. I was like, but where am I get water from? It's a really dope idea, and it's super cool. But where do I get the water from? And that's a lot of water to be wasting. Excuse me. I've had 34 cigars this year. We can make it 35. Just because. Today was sometimes it be like it's just another day. I'm not gonna sit here and say that. I'm not gonna say today was just another day. I'm not gonna sit here and say today was just another day. Some special things happened. Back on Samson. It's honestly, truly, sometimes could you mess your life up so much and still get whatever the blessing with your name on it is? Can you do that? Because the guy at the Dollar Tree was like, you got to be in the right place at the right time, because, the woman was just trying to touch just the garment, just because. The woman's just, if I could just touch the garment. Well, the other one just threw herself right in front, because you just got to be in the right place at the right time. He said sometimes you could be out of pocket. But I was like, well, if you sit there and believe that he's in control at all times, and you got to kind of sort of think that you where you're supposed to be. So how could you be out of place and out of pocket at any point in time? Who's to sit there and tell you what's right and what's not? Oh, that's a good shirt. That's judging. But we're going to make that a word of compliment. Oh, I can say something positive, but if I say something you don't like, that's judging. If I say something you like, it's a compliment. It's still judging. But that's something that we should or should not do. But should you be like God and judge, or you shouldn't try to be godly, right? I don't know. You shouldn't try to be that way. Or should you try to be godly? Because God is creative. And I really want to look at my kids one day and say, what did you do creative today? Yeah, you worked out, you went for a walk, you went for a run, you went for a jog, you lifted some weights. Okay, well, what did you do for your creativity? How did you work out your brain for the day? Yeah, but what did you do for your creativity? What did you do artistically? You journal? Did you write? Did you draw? Did you paint? Did you sing? Did you dance? What did you do? Can you tell me why you didn't? Well, like the boy said, we got a highway to stress and a dirt road to happiness. People build up a highway to stress. Oh, they can get stressed out super quick. But they don't know how to get happy super quick. Make it make sense. You gotta make that make sense. There's so many things you partake in and do that will raise your stress daily. But there is not so many things that you can partake in and do daily to make you happy, to elevate yourself. Yeah, that's crazy. Bro, I walked out one day because they told me I had to take my hat off. I said, I'm going to cut my hair. I'll be back tomorrow. Where you going? I'm leaving. I got a cigar and I stood on the side and I just like, I'm going to do some poetry. I ain't fucking with this shit. Bro, because to see, bro, this was a shit, bro, to see, like, it was, this is the part that fucked me up, right? Now, I had the flat cap on. But my coworker, she had she's a woman. So she had the little scarf thing. Bro, the lie. Bro, and the lie in my face talking about customers complaining and whatever. I said, what? But my coworker, she's like a rule follower. She's like, she can follow the rules and that third. But to see, when she took her scarf off and her whole demeanor changed, that shit was sad as hell. I said, oh, hell no. I said, oh, hell no. Fucked her whole day up. She had a nice scarf on. Took her fucking scarf off. That changed her whole demeanor, bro. I said, nah, bro, you can't be out here. The simplest things, bro. But it was my fault. Because he couldn't hold me to a certain standard and not everybody else. If he was going to say something to me, he had to say something to everybody else. Everybody else was confused. They said he printed the dress code policy off and gave it to everybody. Up until that point in time, it was like, yo, what? This was thrown off. You acting totally different. You acting totally different. And I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you get called out for the things other people are doing. And then you're held to a higher standard. That joint messed me up. I'm in grad school. I figure out, I'm like, yo, how y'all getting all this shit done? They was like, oh, we just do this, da da da. Who gets caught? Me. Now that we're sending somebody in to watch you and monitor you, you have to send this in. I'm like, oh my God. Didn't mess nobody up. Didn't mess nobody else John up. But for me, and then my mentor, the person who's supposed to be my mentor, wrote a letter and said, I don't think he's fit to be a teacher. Is one thing for somebody to tell you. It's one thing to read it. And that was a year where I would be driving and think about just, so I ain't got to show up. That was a tough year. And it taught me, because nobody cared what else was going on. All they wanted to know is, you show up, you do a great job. I don't give a fuck about what's going on. Walk outside. It's my first time having a car. You can't park anywhere. Car got towed. I walk outside, ain't no car there. Why you ain't call an Uber? Damn. Hey, bro. Oh, shit, bro. Bro, you be like, bro, my car got towed. Why you ain't call an Uber? Bro, what? You supposed to be here at this time. Damn. But then you find people. And I think that's another motivation. If you ever find somebody like this, bro. They looked at me and said, if you fail, it's going to be a lot. You hurting more than just yourself. There's a lot of people invested in your success. And again, I got to be grateful and thankful because they said, we just fed you. You got internet. You have no reason not to get your work done. We're going to take you to work in the morning. You ever met somebody who wants more for you than you want for yourself? You don't understand why. And make it so you cannot fail. What are you going to do? You ever tried to fail at something? You ever wanted to not be good at something? That's the question. I sat there and looked down. It didn't matter what student I had in front of me, what they were saying and what they doing, what they were not doing. I was like, there's no way that you want to not be good at this. You may not know how to live life. That doesn't mean you stop trying to figure out. Once you figure out how you want to live it, be Delulu, but have enough motivation and determination to make it Tralulu. Because that was the thing about somebody said about like Elon and anybody else. You know, when you mix certain combinations of things, and I'm saying let's mix intelligence, like, okay, like the hackers. Mixing intelligence with it and teaching somebody coding and hacking. Now, there's the other side of that. Some people are trained to prevent hacking. I forget what that's called. But they build fortresses and walls, and they build systems so that it's hard for the hacker to get through. You know what I'm saying? Apply that to life. You like, you know what? There's a certain way to live. How do I get there? And to see, they say there were some smart homeless people. And with the metaverse coming and AI taking all these jobs, so the best thing you can do is be human. Because they say that AI is reaching its max. Why? The AI isn't creative. Like, there's certain problems that need some ingenuity. Like, the time spent being homeless, I've seen how certain homeless people live. And sometimes, do it make you appreciate it. Seeing a lady get up, do the same thing every day. She come out her van with a pot. She cooked 3 times a day. I seen a man hop out his car, put his Walmart vest on, and walk into Walmart. But I slept in the car. He slept in the car, and the 2 slots down from me. He living different. But he was old as hell. So when I met the one boy, he was 25, living out his car. I said, bro, you're going to be my age one day. You're going to be already past that. And I almost thought it was crazy. Lady had I was like, the audacity. So I saw a meme, the lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. She asked me, I took a nap in the car. I wake up, I go charge my phone, let Bailey stretch her legs. She says, you living in your car? Or is this an experiment? Who out here experimenting? Who? I said, who out here experimenting, bruh? That was a crazy question to ask. That was a crazy question to ask. But to that notion, what if, right? What if you had a choice to be homeless? Well, everybody has that choice. Well, hold on, not everybody. Let me try to phrase this. The people who have stable lives, secure jobs, and all that stuff, they have a choice to just like, you know what? I can just go be homeless for a bit. Everybody has that choice. Because all you got to do, put shit in storage, put the main shit in the car, fucking live in your car. Just for a bit, right? They had that choice. But why wouldn't they do that? Because there's convenience in certain things and there's inconvenience in certain things. Security, all of that stuff. So, but if we stay along that of why wouldn't you do it, right? Even just for a point in a period of time, you know, there's things that you want. Like if you have this stable whatever, right? So you got money coming in. Well, let's say you want a bigger house. Let's say you want a bigger land, more property. That's what a lot of people want, right? A lot of people want more land, more property, which requires more money. So being homeless is a way that you could do that. And for a period of time. The dude, I had a conversation with a guy today. I didn't really have a conversation. I don't even know why he showed me. He said, look at this. He had a deposit for $18,000. Now with that much money, and that just came to your account, but if you would decide to be homeless and cut your expenses, you get $18K. Let's say you spend $3K on being homeless. You cut all your shit down to $3K being homeless. So you got $15K. 10 times 15 is $150. 2 times 15 is 30. So 15 times 12 is 130, I think. Something like that. I might have did the math wrong. No, 150. So 150 plus 30 is 180. 15 times 12. 180. 180. So that's 180K. And that's for doing it for 1 year. But that's a lot. Most people don't make 18K. A teacher though, that's regular. Some people look at teachers as the lowest of the totem pole of professionals. Teachers can make like 3K. Now, being homeless, though, you can really, you know what I'm saying, cut your expenses down even more. So let's say that's 2K. 2K times 12 is 24K. That's still a down payment on the house. Or that's still, you can pay off a car, a bigger car. You can pay off, at least put half down on a bigger car. It's there. Those are different things like that. But my dumb ass, yeah, no fucking income. My dumb ass ain't had no goddamn income, bro. Damn. And then decide to get a job working for tips. But when you start off as a waiter, they're not gonna give you a whole bunch of tables because you slow. So if you get your tips, you might get 10, or 15. You might come home with $25 for one day. But then you're a waiter and you're not getting as many days. You might make $50 to $75 in a week. And that's a good week. My dumb ass. Then my car got repoed. They found me. They found my car. Then you got another little job. You save up for a car. Just like, yo, what's the most money you ever spent in a day? Most money you ever spent in a day, bro. What's the most you ever spent on one thing? And imagine spending everything you have just to get that one thing. And then to still be homeless. But you have a car, so that's your home. It's a fucking life, man. It's a fucking life. Find another fucking job. And that shit crazy, bro. So many people, like my coworkers, that's their second job. That's their second job. And like that one week, bro, I had to sit there and beg and ask for more shifts, bro. That shit crazy, bro. That's their second job. They come in there, they be flexing so hard, they be like, yeah, I just got this so I can support my spending habits. This job pays my bills. This job is so I can have my extra money to spend. And some people was working 3 jobs. They're like, yeah, this is my 3rd job just to make ends meet. And then you got the people at the top who don't work as hard as the people at the bottom. And they get paid more. Now, one field of logic is, they put their time in. They put their time in, so they don't have to work as hard no more. They deserve to get paid to do less and get paid more. Managers, supervisors. But if you ever been in this space, and this is me, where somebody comes in at a higher position than you, and they've been working less than you, where they do that at? That's something. And to hear that multiple times, it's just like a slap in the face. It should be like a slap in the face. But you need it. Well, not you, I. It's like, I need it. I need it. And I gotta beg. I gotta do this and the third. If I don't work as hard, oh, it's a problem. Oh, it's a problem. If I talk too much, it's a problem. And then you like, yo, you at least try to make the job fun enough to be there. And the one shorty, she said, yeah, I just be talking just to it help the time go by faster. And they look at me and said, I talk too much, bro. And that's a reason to not give me a higher position. I said, damn. That shit be fucked up. But I'm supposed to come here with a smile on my face and, put a good day's work in. Oh, these people get a raise every year. These people? Nah. Expendable. So what's the point of being dependable if you're expendable? That's something, bro. What's the point of being dependable if you're expendable? That shit got me. That shit got me. Fucked up, bro. That shit got me fucked up, bro. I wish there was a messaging on YouTube. I think can't fish spot deer. Oh, that's mad though. I ain't even see that. I ain't even see that message. That shit turned green. I'm gonna make a good edit for y'all tomorrow, man. I'm gonna make a good edit for y'all tomorrow. One by one, man. One by one. You know what the dude said today? He said, I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds my tomorrow. He said, I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds my tomorrow. That stuck with me. That was my gem for the day. That was my gem for the day, bro. It was a random conversation. I wasn't even going to sit there for it. But he pointed to me and said, sit right here. Showed me he had got a deposit for $18,000. Flexed on me so hard. I ain't come here for this. For you to flex on me like this? Oh shit, they got police. Bro, the police, bro. I already know. As soon as the police pull my wallet out, here's my ID. It don't matter what they about to say and what's going on. Just take your ID out, bro. I think it's like mandatory. Like the bare minimum they have to do is to get your ID and vacation and run your shit. And at this point, I'd be like, yo, y'all gotta know me, know my car, know what I'm going, bro. They've been there a couple times, bro. And it'd be cool because, like, when I used to sit on the corner and I puff my cigar, they used to come talk. They used to say same thing. You got ID? Here's ID. Da da da. Run this shit. Da da da. So then the next time they see me, and they say, "Yeah, nah, you do look familiar." Da da da. Like, no, they know you. It's like the principal knows the student for the wrong reason. The principal knows the student name for a wrong reason. No, the principal knows the student by first name, bro. Then when the other dude called the cops on me, he had to run the same thing, bro. And there's a good and a bad, right? The good and the bad. At some point, they be like, bro, that's his car. Leave his car alone, man. If we tired, I know they gotta get tired, bro. They gotta get tired of asking me for my ID at some point. And then the other cop, I meant to ask the other, I almost did too. When the last time they pulled me in there for questioning, I almost said, bro, can I give you my information and so you can tell them to leave me alone? Bro. I'm like, yo, can I just hear? Here's my ID. Here's my tags. Can you just, so they can just like, yeah, he's good. Just leave him alone. Man, the cops know you on a first name basis. The cops know me for sitting on the corner, puffing my cigar. That's what they know me for. Every time they see me, same thing. Puffing a cigar on the corner where I probably shouldn't be. Well, you can't be here at this time because of that. Because of this, because of that, for whatever reason. I'm always like, all right, I'm going. I'm leaving. I ain't trying to mess with nobody. But we got so much motivation. Well, the one thing I like about how the days, like, I might not know what's going to happen tomorrow or this, that, and third. I'm like, oh, this, that, oh, that. She's snoring. There's this story. You take it how you want to take it. But the lady, she goes into her son's room while he's sleeping. And the father's like, what are you doing? And she was like, this is the only time that he lets me love him. She said, this is the only time I get to love him. She is not. But if I grab this can of food, she gonna pop up. If I grab this can of food, watch this shit. Oh, damn. As soon as I grab the phone. You good, bro? Intently. What are you doing with that can? Fuck, she was snoring and shit. Oh, she done licked the lip. I don't know where my fork is at, bro. I don't know where my goddamn fork is at, bro. What could you use? I have spoons, but I think there's a reason I don't use my spoons, bro. Like, the other spoon is for her peanut butter. There's a reason I don't use these other two spoons. I just feel like they just need to be washed, but I don't know why. I forget why, bro. It's been so long. I'm gonna need a new fork. Non-perishables. Yeah, say food that's good for you actually perishes away. It doesn't last forever. You know what? Fuck, I'm gonna use my tamper. If nobody's around, what do you say and do? Because that's your integrity. If nobody's around, what do you say and do? Because that's who you really are. Now, y'all saw me pour the last can in here. You saw me pour the last can in here. This bowl was clean as hell. She cleared this bitch out. I'm gonna air this bitch out. There's one more. So just watching it. The cop parked on the other side of the parking lot. Just sitting. I wonder if he has, or she has donuts. I wonder if they get a call. Like, where are you at? What's your location? What are you doing? Sitting in the parking lot chilling? Nah, they probably wouldn't even say sitting in the parking lot chilling. But that's what it looked like. Maybe the cop is conducting some official business. With the whole concept of defunding the police, with that concept, like, how could you still have police but not have police? Or is there a way to be so that the police only works at, certain periods or shifts in time? Because again, it's how would you do it? Why would you do it? How important are cops? Because what used to get me was, I don't know what they prevent. They always show up after the fact. They show up after the fact. Anybody can show up after the fact. But the other part is, they don't necessarily make the best judgment if they act beforehand. It's not hoodie season, but I wonder how old Trayvon Martin would be. Because when they act too fast, trying to prevent, Shit not charging. Clean. The other part I think about, you know, all the stuff that you did when you thought nobody was watching. Like I asked the other day, I said, what's the most cringiest thing you've done? Some of the stuff I look at, I'm like, yo, this is probably really cringy. I don't even want to watch it. But you know, some people come riding through on a donkey, talking about they a king of the people. They made themselves a mockery.
That you breathe, babes. Now she turned around and was trying to put my dick in the mouth. That you breathe, babes. Touch it, bring
Ayo,
it, babe.
Swizzy.
I want all the snow. Lost outside.
Yeah. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you.
Watch
I told these niggas I was coming back to bust their ass.
They say you gotta be a rapper or a singer to say what you really want to say.
See, now you know who the god be. I know what you want. You know I gotta. Good low, boss. You see me, you love me. The streets declare me God of the hood. You niggas just watching and wishing you could. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. You claiming the throne the way I got it. Lock it, motherfucker. What's good? You. Oh, Maria, Maria. I know what you want. You know I got it. Come on. Turn it up, cause then I'm black. I hit you with the fact that the God is immortal will spit. The way I've been doing historical shit. She remind me of a West Side Story. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want. In case you when your niggas act like you ain't know when I'm informing your clique, I take your bitch while I'm performing my shit. I knew you was gonna give me that high note. Carlos Santana with the refugee gang. Yo, Carlos, man, you making that guitar cry. Make it think of anything. This one is wrong. This one is wrong.
Wasn't a 24-hour cigar talk? Not straight, but kind of, sort of. I gotta hope that Bailey be alright for a couple hours. Go out, wake up in the morning. And see, when the weather get hotter, you don't need a blanket to go to sleep. I can't think about myself. Motherfucking. It's barely. If it's hot for me, it's 10 times hot for her. Apparently, it's after 12, it's a new day. I'm gonna finish this bowl. Chiacchiere.
She been gone so long, you can't get her wrong.